Hello, everybody. Oh, that was sudden. And just to answer ahead of time, no, the AC is not fixed. They've identified the problem, but like we expected, they have to order the parts. I'll have to ask Sage when she gets back, in regards to how long that's actually expected to take. But, in the meantime, the house is currently sitting at about 83 degrees. I'm hoping it doesn't get much worse. We're still streaming per usual. I'm still gonna be... Most of what we're just doing today is just taking care of quests and trying to level my party up, because if you might have noticed, from my stream posts on the Discord, everyone was retired, except for Ren. The final boss party is back at level 1, and I started leveling them back up. There's like 2 members that I will have to reset back 5 levels once we're done. Spaffy is currently focused on EXP gains, so I'm gonna have to reset that to get the points back. And then I still need to get 1 more of that shell from those turtles, so I'm gonna have to teach the skill to Steel Helm. So it's technically about 30 levels left that I have to do. So this stream is 2-part. 1, it's mostly just to chill, listen in the background, ask me questions stream, because I need to grind levels up, and that's going to be very boring to watch. But also, there's some quests that we can take care of, and I didn't want to do those off of stream, so I figured I would stream, show you guys the quests. You know, we'll probably naturally level up while we're trying to complete them, and we'll see how much closer we can get to 70. My hope, my goal, is for folks to be back at level 70 at some point during this weekend, with the plan of finishing ETRIAN Odyssey 1 in time for me to leave for Kineticon. That is the hope. Currently, the game plan is sometime before the end of this weekend, get everyone in the party back to 70, officially to 70, like end of game ready 70. Probably off of stream after we beat the dragons, get them to respawn and get the rare drop from them, and then finish the game proper by beating the true final boss before I leave for Kineticon. So let me grab some water so I can keep hydrated, and I will kick this video on and we'll do some grinding. By the way, although it is warm in the house, the incentives for working out are still open. I will say I meant to re-enable the 100 redemption, but I am going to temporarily continue to disable it just because 50 feels like the upper limit of what I can do with this house at its current temperature. I do reserve the right to say if it's just not possible for me to do an exercise, but I will refund the points if I'm able to do it, and I will, to the best of my ability, try to do any redemption that you guys request. It turned out, you know what, let me grab my water first and I'll explain. Hold on. So, Tuesday ended up being a perfect day in terms of the timing of me having to take a break off of stream. Because if you guys recall, I originally said on Monday that I wasn't going to be able to stream Tuesday or Wednesday because I had afternoon stuff. That was still true. Tuesday, I was gone right up until like 8 p.m. And on Wednesday, while I got home at 7, we had to deal with the AC, so that didn't work out. But on Tuesday morning is when I got 2 different vaccines, 1 in each arm, in preparation for when I was going to be traveling to Trinidad. And the hepatitis A vaccine didn't hurt very much, but the typhoid vaccine hurt a lot. Like, well, it didn't hurt, but my arm was very sore, and like when I moved it, like it would hurt a bunch. And on Wednesday, it was better, but not quite enough. Like, if you had asked me to do push-ups on Wednesday if I had streamed, I would have declined because I could tell that my arm was still sore. So it is perfect timing that the day where everything feels like it's relatively back to normal also happens to be the day that I am streaming. And Chosen. The level cap is 99 starting in ETRIAN Odyssey 2, but in ETRIAN Odyssey 1 specifically, the level cap is a hard 70. So first things first, I encountered an enemy that none of you guys had seen while I was grinding in Stratum 6. So I'm running around finishing up the map, by the way. Let me hop into Stratum 6 real quick so I can show you the finished maps. So I did say that I was going to be finishing, also, how is my voice compared to the music? Are we okay? Just double, of course it stops right as I ask that. We should be fine now. Anyway, so I told you guys that I was going to be finishing floor 28 and 29 off of stream because we successfully got past them. So here is what floor, here's what floor 28. Hold on. That is not 28. Oh, 27. Here's what floor 27 looks like when it's all completed. When that's all mapped out. You do not want to know how long it took to get each of those pitfalls. And here is the teleporter maze on floor 29 when it's all finished. This one I'm really proud of because I managed to use... Oh, I still have to finish a couple of it, but I'm very, very close to being done. But I managed to use practically every single symbol twice. But I didn't have to go into a third round of things. So this may look like it makes no sense to you guys, but because of me using the symbols the way that I did, this map actually makes perfect sense to me. And if you started me here and told me, without looking at a guide, to get from here to the end goal on the first try, I would put money on the bet that I would be able to do it. And I just think that's so cool. Like, the fact that I worked within the limitations of the icons that were available and was able to mark a map in a way that I was able to navigate my way around it. I just think that's super cool. But anyway, while I was grinding on floor 29, I'm walking around, doing all the wrong paths, figuring it out, and I go into a random fight, and this little fucker shows up. If you guys remember, there was a green version of this that we fought in Stratum 4, but he was visible on the overworld map. This dude just showed up. He was just part of a random fight. And he didn't attack, he didn't try to flee, so I was able to kill him, and all that he dropped was this. And it sold for like 20,000 or something like that. So anyway, I am grateful that he showed up because otherwise I may have had a missing entry on my monster compendium and had no fucking idea what was missing. So just sheer dumb luck that they showed up, and I'm super grateful for that. All right. So anyway, I accidentally completed one of these quests while I was running through the Stratums. This quest was the dude saying, there was a monster that doesn't look like it belongs, and it was in the first Stratum, and it was terrifying, and it popped up at sunrise. Ironically, when you go to fight that monster, it's an FOE that shows up on the overworld of floor 1. It happens to be that monster. So... it was unbelievable that you guys missed this because it showed up while I was grinding off of stream, and then it turns out the boss enemy of this quest happens to be that same exact monster. Welcome back, kiddos. You've made it safe to take morning walks in the forest, I guess. I'll tell the old man when he comes in again. I'm sure he'll be delighted. I also... This one was extremely tedious. This one was asking you to collect one item from each of the 5 Stratums. It was literally just go back and fight these old enemies until you get the drop that they need. So as part of going through and leveling everybody up, I just went through each of the Stratums, of the first 5 Stratums, and grabbed those items. So we're gonna just turn that in now as well. Yo, forget about Gex Trilogy. Did you guys see that Zelda CDI inspired game that got the original voice actors back? Thanks for finding all those bizarre ingredients. I couldn't resist wondering about the dish, so I finally asked our client. What a mistake that was. Hours and hours of lecturing on his refined palate. Sorry I asked. Are all food lovers weird like him? Ancient relics. This seems like a tough request. Just bring back anything you find in the ruins that seems really old, I guess. Good luck finding them. All right. Let me check some stuff real quick. Okay. Just checking a couple things. Okay. So we are definitely in no position to go back into the 6th stratum anytime soon. The one thing that I dislike about, okay, it is clear how later games improved upon this, because for those of you who don't know, I believe this is only present during ETRIAN Odyssey 1. But ETRIAN Odyssey 1 specifically did what some MMOs do to keep people training in the correct area, where if you are severely underleveled compared to the area that you are in, you take way more damage and deal way less damage. It scales based on how appropriate your level is. Later games don't do this, and the reason why that's great is because one of the core gimmicks of retiring your characters is, yes, they start back at level 1, but you are able to immediately equip them with all of the late game or end game equipment that you collected. So sure, they're very vulnerable, but in the later games, as long as you can survive a fight on the 3rd, 4th, 5th stratum, if you can kill the enemy before they get a chance to hit you, you will gain like 5-6 levels in a single battle because you're getting so much experience. It doesn't work that way in this game, because if I, as a level 1 with 300 attack power, try to go into the 3rd stratum, it doesn't matter how strong I am, because I'm going to deal significantly less damage, the enemy will be faster than me, and they're going to kill me before I get a chance. So the game forces you, effectively, in the first game, to have to go back through each stratum to slowly level up. I'm level 45 right now, and I am, like, barely managing to survive fights in the 5th stratum. So... It is, I am suffering through first game newness and stuff like that. I'm especially suffering, oh my god, looking at everyone's skill trees and realizing I have to stop at 70. Like, I'm looking here at Steelhelm right now, okay? So we're like, okay, I have 35 skill points left that I'll be able to spend. So let's see, I could put 10 in on guard. I'm sorry, 25. I have 25 left to spend. So I could put 10 in on guard, 10 in HP up because I wanted to have more HP. And then if I do 5 more if I put 2 in defense up, that's it. 2 in defense up and 3 more in TP up, and I'm out. I have no points for Aegis. I have no points for Provoke. I have no points for Fortify. All 3 of which I would have been able to max out if I had been level 99 or level 100. I would have had enough points to get to level up those as well. So it is fucking painful figuring out what to do for these characters and which ones I want to specifically focus in. And as annoying as leveling up is going to be, I am prepared to grind everyone up to 99 in ETRIAN Odyssey 2. Simply because I want to have access to those extra 29 skill points. It will make such a fucking difference. I mean, my hope, Demi, is that because it is so limited, because, like, I think about how difficult the final boss of ETRIAN Odyssey 5 was. I think about how difficult the Abyssal Princess was in ETRIAN Odyssey Nexus, and that was with characters at level 130, and all of the skill points that comes with. So, I'm going to hope/assume that the true final boss is going to be almost underwhelming compared to later games. Like, hey, as long as you build a very specific party comp, if you have a defender, if you have a main DPS, if you know how to block its attacks on specific turns, I'm hoping that it's like something where it's, okay, once you figure out what it does for those 10 to 15 turns, you can reliably finish it off unless you just happen to be unlucky. Rather than it being, okay, you were given 130 skill points, so you need to cover all sorts of different options. Because there's only so much you can do with 70 skill points. So here comes the boring part, because we're basically going to be doing this for a while. We have not gotten the AC fixed yet, Bluebird. I have been debating whether... Because, like... I don't know. I don't want to back out on you because you are so generous reminding me every time these events are happening. But it's like 83, 84 degrees in the house at the moment, and I don't know when they're going to have the parts to fix the AC. The fan is blowing, but it's not really blowing any cold air. No, we got the chill music because I don't want you guys to have to listen to the same Stratum music for 3 hours straight. I'll see, Bluebird. Or do you go by Breeze now, right? Okay. I will, because I have an early morning interview tomorrow. I'll see how the heat is feeling at that point. I believe I know when I'm supposed to join. Oh, also, which section of the server is where we're supposed to upload our character images? Because I was trying to upload mine from last time. Is it in day 1 text? No. Can you remind me which channel I upload the character image to? Oh, I just found it. I literally just found it as I described it. All right, let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Fuck, it's so warm in here. I think these should work. So Kenny Guy, we have learned, this is actually kind of heartfelt when you think about it. So we learned that what happened was the fan motor has gone. So it is probably generating cold air, but the part of the machine responsible for then pushing the cold air into the house is not functioning. So the cold air isn't going anywhere, it's just dissipating outside. The reason why it is no longer working is because with the heat waves that recently happened, the fan worked so hard to try and pump colder and colder air into our house that it destroyed itself in the process. It was an older piece of equipment. So it's almost like a scene from Brave Little Toaster where like one of them sacrifices themselves so that the others can survive. It busted itself trying to get that cold air out to us to the very end. So they just need to find the replacement motor part and then come over and swap it out. But in the meantime, we don't have any proper AC coming into our house, so... Well, obviously what we're hoping is that that our warranty will cover the majority of it. God, it is annoying how I can't do these fights right now. We're getting slower rates of EXP in the 4th stratum, so I don't want to train there anymore. But it might be our best bet. Also, I figured this would also be a good way for you guys to keep in touch, because as you might have heard, SAG-AFTRA has officially initialized a strike for TV and theatrical contracts. So that will go into effect as of 12:01 a.m. this coming evening. It's hopefully good. Obviously they are pushing for... I keep fucking forgetting to grab teleport items. What the strike effectively means is that union actors or actors in general are expected to not work on any project that would be covered under the TV theatrical contract. Whether that's writers or actors or other... well, for SAG-AFTRA, it's the actors specifically. So... it doesn't affect video games for right now. It doesn't affect commercials for right now. What it would primarily affect is feature films or feature programs and stuff like that. Think of it as the TV and film version of the video game strike that happened in 2016. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because my personal opinion is that the deal that we ended up settling for at the end of the video game strike was fucking awful. It was not a victory by any stretch. It did not really do much to protect actors. It was bottom of the barrel in terms of increases. So I am hoping that this strike will be more effective, if not longer lasting, because I am scared. I do not care about us reaching an agreement by any means necessary. I care about us reaching an agreement that is going to prevent us as actors from having our performances recorded, either legally or against our knowledge, and then used to train AI computer programs that we don't support. So my prayer is that there will not be an agreement reached unless it is one that is far better for actors and writers and anyone in the creative industry than what we got from the 2016 strikes. Because what we got from the 2016 strikes was pathetic, and it really weakened our position, because now that we fought so hard for the video game contract, it's going to be much harder to convince them to update it again. Because now they're going to be like, we just updated it. You just agreed to this. Why aren't you happy with it? So I do not want that to happen with this, especially concerning AI, because if we relent here, it's over. KK is correct. I didn't realize this until someone tweeted it. But one of the unbelievably generous offers that they gave to background actors was that they would pay them, I'm assuming this was more than just like a background extra rate, that they would pay them the regular full day rate for a SAG-AFTRA principal actor in exchange for getting to scan their body during their performance and then use it for all future projects without any additional compensation. Oh, extra day rate? So wait, what were they getting before? What? How was that better than what they currently had? Why would they agree to that instead of... Why would they agree to that instead of just getting paid the day rate every day that they come to work? Yeah, no. Do I have yes, I have Telegram running. Oh, yeah, I mean, people are messaging me on Telegram. Deal with it. I'm popular. I thought you were trying to reach out to me or something. Thinks it's mine. I'll still never forget how often I was trolled in MapleStory 2. I wonder what's going to be the more annoying part of grinding up the level cap increases in ETRIAN Odyssey 2. If it's going to be the actual leveling process, or if it's going to be having to re-equip everyone's equipment and reassign everyone's skill points every single time that I do it. It says it started them at level 30, right? If I recall correctly. Or am I remembering that wrong, too? I don't like this. I don't like this. The Ronin and the Alchemist both have an ability called Sight, but it has completely different effects. Chaos Man, to give you an idea, so from ETRIAN Odyssey 3 onwards, the way that it works is your level cap is 70. As you beat post-game bosses, which I believe is the dragons, you can unlock an additional 10 levels up to 99. And when you retire, it gives you a bonus based on the level that you retire at. So if you retire at 99, you get the max bonus. It doesn't stack. It just gives you the bonus of whatever level you retired at. In ETRIAN Odyssey 2, your level cap starts at 70. And by retiring at level 70 and starting over, you raise the level cap to 71. If you get them to 71 and then retire, you raise it to 72. If you go to 72 and retire, it goes up to 73. And it continues like that all the way up to 99. Which, by the way, if you want the max bonus, you have to get to 99, retire one last time, and then level back up to 99. Someone did the math and said, let me put it this way. If I play through ETRIAN Odyssey 1, level up to 70 once, retire, and then level up to 70 again. That is about 140 levels. No, I'm sorry, 139 levels. Thank you very much. For the entire squad. See anything you want to make? See anything you want to make? Just books?
Bread.
Bread?
There's recipe for bread.
Hell yes. So it's only about 140 levels for the entire squad in ETRIAN Odyssey 1. If I level my squad from 1 to 99, including all the retires and the level ups from there, it is approximately 1,734 levels, or 38. You got me a little thing? sweetheart. Do I eat with a fork or just with my hand?
You want a fork?
Yes, please. Or spoon.
Mark me right, I don't have Hannah.
Actually, I'll come out and eat it because I don't want to get crumbs in here. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, you guys. Woo! New record achieved. It is now 85 degrees in the house. This air is starting to be... This air is like mayonnaise. It's too spicy for my white ass. I don't know. I think I usually keep it close so I don't bug the neighbors.
No, but our AC is busted.
No, it's not the fursuit challenge. Enjoy my wife's butt. It's one of the few times you'll get to look at it. You okay? Don't hurt yourself. It's gonna feel so good when we have AC again. With that many bodies in a single room, you guys will absolutely be feeling it. I'm warning you right now.
The sun will be going down at that point, and it gets cooler.
I know, but I'm still telling you,
It also ended up working last night when it was
Okay.
I already warned my friends accordingly. He doesn't make me.
Sorry.
He gets it a temperature
Is that why you have it set to 73 most of the time? So the other problem with these, with the game scaling the difficulty based on your level in the area like this is I don't know when I'm supposed to move on to the next area. When I'm like, okay, it's taking me like 20, 25 fights to level up or 30 fights to level up. I'm probably over leveled for this area. I should go to the next one. Oh shit, everything's killing me in 2 hits. I guess I'm not. It's not even an invisible barrier. It's just, it's a line of infrared lasers. It's like, hey, when you hit the correct level, these lasers automatically turn off. And if you just happen to walk through them before they've turned off, they will instantly slice you to pieces. So we trust you to know when it's time. There is no grinding to boost the cap until ETRIAN Odyssey 2. We are just grinding everyone back up to level 70. Completing a few last quests in the 6th stratum once we get to level like 55 at 60. Once we hit 70, there's 2 people that I think need to be... No, 3 people that I need to reset back to 65 because... right now, Steel is learning a skill so that we can get a drop from a turtle that we still need. And Squirt is learning Scavenge because we still need to get the drops from the monsters on the very bottom floor. And Spaffy currently has 10 points in Divinity, which increases my experience gain rate. So I level up faster. But those are all inefficient uses of skill points for the end game. So once we are done with that, we need to drop them by 5 levels, get their skill points back, and properly build them for the final bosses. My personal expectation, I don't know how long I'm going to stream, because it depends on when they want dinner, because I prep the chicken, I really just have to cook the actual meal, which should take about 30 minutes. So assuming that they ask for me to start cooking around 6? 7? Okay.
Use the rice cooker.
Make sure there's space to use it, because I know that area's clogged up with your treasure chests and stuff like that. I know, but the rice cooker's there. Anyway, so... assuming I stream until 6, 7, I'm fairly confident that if I don't push my limits on the fights, I should be able to get everyone to level 50. Ideal would be 55, and fantastic would be 60. If I can somehow get everyone to level 60 by the time we end stream tonight, we'll be in a good position, especially since I can continue working on that, during my free time tonight. The other thing is, I really want to get a high enough level that I'm able to go to the 6th stratum and complete the remaining quests that we have. Because I don't want to do those quests off of stream. I want you guys to be able to see the texture, experience it. So if I'm able to level up enough that I can go in and complete those quests without instantly dying, then there will be literally nothing left in front of me except just getting everyone to 70. And if I can get access to the 6th stratum and actually survive the fights against the butterflies, it'll go by way faster. They're really comfy. You look really good in them. What's strange is that the fights on floor 17 give more EXP than the fights on floor 18. Something about the number of enemies or the type that show up, but when I fight those groups of 3 people in front of the fountain, they don't give as much as these groups do. It's like about that, yeah, it's about almost like 1,000 to 1,500 less on the other floor. It also takes longer for those fights to spawn for whatever reason, probably because we're walking through such a big area. I forgot to buy another warp item, didn't I? Yes, I did, because I am a moron. Oh my god. What's your usual tell that it's time to retire a party? For me, historically, I usually do... I'm thinking about this. I usually do 3 resets. And this was in the later games where it was much faster to level them back up because there wasn't this weird scaling that it did in the first game. Typically in the later games, I would do 3 resets. I did 1 as soon as we got access to retiring for just a very basic stat boost and a couple extra skill points. I did 1 at the level cap, the natural level cap of 70, because I figured it was supposed to help prepare you for the post-game content, and then a final retiring at the true level cap when I got to 99. I think for ETRIAN Odyssey 3, I'm probably just going to do 2 resets. I'm going to do the one at 70 and the one at 99. I'll either do 50 and 99 or 70 and 99. At that point, it's not going to be a significant difference, but I am going to want to retire once before I get to the end game, just so that I have extra skill points for these dual classes. My expectation that I hold, my assumption that I make about the game, is that the true final boss can be beaten without being fully maxed out. But my expectation is that the game expects you to have a fully retired, fully leveled up party for the true final boss. What? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, I hate this. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, I need to be able to see that. I can't, though. Oh, okay. Shit. And everyone continues to level up more than Lux. And I went the wrong way. God damn it. This is why I hate automatic paths. What? Can I get like a brown sugar or whatever? I don't... Whatever, like... I don't know. Surprise me. But it'll, if we can put it in the fridge. Just a standard milk tea is fine. Thank you. Large, because I can work on it over time. Huh? Boba, please. Yeah, I'm not in a position to be able to be stingy about everyone having exactly the same EXP. Lux in particular doesn't matter because he and Emmy do not need to do a final reset for 5 more levels. Spaffy, Steelhelm, and Squirt will need to reset just to fully optimize their SP. But everyone else is going to be capable of... Lux and Emmy are going to be done. I am building them exactly the way that they need to be for their final fights.
I suppose it did sound funny. I used to lie out in the beach, close my eyes, may there be a pretty girl lying on the sand next to me.
Besides overheating Vim, Alright, let's talk for a second. I am trying to stave off having another sort of self-confidence panic attack. Mostly out of appreciation for the work that my colleagues are doing. There was an example, because I want to share this because it's so fucking good. This is a bit roll that, I believe it's a bit roll, that Bill Butts did for Wake Up Carlo. And I want to play this because despite this guy having all of maybe 6, 7 lines, there is so much nuance. There are so many small changes that he makes across words in each one of these lines. It's fucking terrifying how good it is. So take a listen to this. This is Bill Butts.
The universe is sending you a message.
Hey, you're the guy that was helping me to park. Sorry. Hey, don't worry about it, dude. I shouldn't have barked at you back there like a maniac. It really made me realize that I want to change my ways. I want to find a different me. Ooh, I'm gonna be a good boy! Hey, it was not too much to ask. Would you get in there and rub my neck, dude? Good boy. Thank you. You have no idea how much I needed that. Take my car. It's yours now.
Huh?
Hey, take my cool sunglasses as well. Thanks, you.
Every single line in that had personality in it without, like, oh my God. I just want to go back and break this down bit by bit. So,
The universe is sending you
first
a
one,
message.
Hey, you're the guy that was helping me to park.
right there. Just the way that he put that little bit of a growl on Park because it was close to bark was like how he did like the growling dog without doing the actual growl. Just that little bit of implementing it into the line rather than separating it as, I'm a dog. This is the part where I growl. Are you the one who you know what I mean?
Sorry. Hey, don't worry about it, dude. I shouldn't have barked at you back there like a maniac.
You can hear Bill leaning in going, hey, don't worry about it, dude. I shouldn't have been the one barking at you like a maniac. Like, he leans into the microphone. You can hear him doing the, like, aside with his hand. It's a beautiful mic technique. It's incredible fucking understanding of his space.
It really made me realize that I want to change my ways.
Suddenly sounds way softer than he did in the first line. Listen to the first line.
Helping me to park.
Wait, go back.
Hey, you're the guy that was helping me to park.
Versus,
Get you back there like a maniac. It really made me realize that I want to change my ways.
and then listen how close he gets to the microphone on the next line afterwards.
I want to find a different me.
That's so, like, you can hear that he's just thinking to himself.
Ooh, I'm gonna be a good boy.
That's just freaking cute.
Hey, it was not too much to ask.
Okay, this line fucks me up, all right? Listen to the way that he adjusts, like, I couldn't even describe to you what he does with his voice on this line, but you'll understand what I mean when he does it. Just listen.
Hey, it was not too much to ask. Would you get in there and rub my neck, dude?
Just the way that he manages to kind of like do that awkward chuckle without his voice cracking or something like that. Oh my fucking God.
Much to ask. Would you get in there and rub my neck, dude?
Would you get in there and rub my neck, dude? Like, oh my God. That's probably the one time in his audition that he did the bark. And I guarantee you there's a bunch of other actors that like thought, oh, it's a dog character. I need to sound gruff and growly the entire time. I need to throw in random barks into my line. He probably only did that the one time during his audition.
Thank you. You have no idea how much I needed that. Take my car. It's yours now.
Oh my God. So anyway, I see stuff like that and I hear stuff like that. And then I think about my own performances and I go, what the fuck am I doing? Like, it's on a whole other level, you guys. So it's inspiring, but it's also really terrifying because it's like looking into a mirror and seeing my own flaws as an actor, my own shortcomings. And I know that I don't know. I don't know that I'm capable of learning because, and by the way, you guys are totally welcome to clip any of that and show it to Bill because I'm sure he would be super fucking jazzed. Here's the thing, Vim. I'm able to understand it in the moment. I'm able to pick up on it in the moment. And no matter how many times I do it, I don't retain it. Y'all good? Okay. One of the common issues that my dad would have with me in childhood is I was not oblivious. I was not uncaring. When I did something wrong or when I wasn't doing something correctly and he instructed me on the correct way to do it, I would listen and I would do it the correct way. For then. And then give it a couple weeks or a couple months and it would go completely out of my memory. It wouldn't get cemented. And I don't know how to make things cement versus if there's stuff that I don't know, like, I don't know if my brain automatically treats it that way because it sees it as work or what, but what terrifies me is I do really well in these workshops and I feel like I've learned the lessons and then 3 months later I'm right back to where I used to be because I don't retain it no matter how many times I do it. So that's what frustrates me, is because I hear you guys going, well, you're still training yourself and you recognize it, which means you're getting better and better. And what I want to say is, you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, every time I train, I'm getting a little bit better. I'm learning a little bit more. But what it actually feels like is that I'm temporarily re-unlocking something I already knew until my brain forgets it again. And that it'll just be a repeating process over and over and over. Shit. Fucked it up. Well, let's argue on whether what fits my style is booking me, or my argument is what wouldn't fit my style is also booking them work. So, and I get it. It's not about getting the job. It's about bringing what you have to the table. I get it. I do. One of my biggest fears, Lupin, is the style that I'm known for is actually really easy to replicate with AI. If you listen to my performance as D-Luke, if you listen to my performance as Pewter, I notice that there is a certain way that I tend to stick to with that character's mannerisms, like, D-Luke often talks around here. It's very rare that he goes anywhere higher or lower than this. Maybe he tends to get more introspective, but you never hear him going to these hills and valleys like Paimon does. Who am I thinking of? Oh, Pewter's very excited about all the things that he talks about, but he tends to hover around the same area, you know? And I worry that my cadence, my way of performing is something that a robot is much faster to learn, versus something like what Bill was doing. There is so much happening in every one of those lines. There is no fucking way in the near future that a computer would be able to capture all of those nuances and not sound hugely artificial. That's what makes his performance so iconic. That's what makes it so human. So, it was kind of bittersweet because, my dad texted me asking if, the SAG-AFTRA strike was going to affect my work. And I said, ironically, no, I don't think it will, because it specifically is focused on TV and theatrical and feature films and like major AAA projects of that sort, none of which I've ever really booked. So, hooray! I'm not in danger of my skill set being put on hold. It's been really hard to feel self-confident lately. It's been, it's just been difficult, that's all. It's okay. Uh-huh.
What?
Are they allergic to pistachios?
Honey,
What?
I am allergic to nuts. This is a fact you need to remember.
You're right, I forgot it. Again.
And
I didn't notice who the message was between, and I was half distracted with this, so I didn't realize who was having the conversation.
that's a conversation.
There are times where between stuff like Halo Infinite and Marvel's Avengers and now Genshin Impact, where I just wish that I would stop being a part of projects that end up being a centerpiece of drama or community hatred. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm good enough to deserve being in the projects that people universally like, that don't end up having drama. And I don't know how to talk about that without, because saying it that way risks giving off the impression that I think the projects or the people behind them don't know what they're doing, or that they only hire bad talent, which is disrespectful, and that's not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to say is that it feels like all the major things that I am proud of, or want to be proud of, end up being topics of debate, topics of conflict or derision or backlash, or that there's some reason why I can't boast about it or talk about it because something's going wrong. And it's starting to get to the point where I'm not feeling as excited to talk about the stuff that I'm in anymore. There's a project that I'm incredibly excited about, and I'm proud of the work that I did, and I love my castmates that are on it, and the director that I worked with is a joy, and we've already become fast friends, and I really hope we have a good business relationship together. And I wish I could say that I'm eager to get to talk about it, but the truth is I'm not, because my gut is telling me that when it releases and I finally get to announce it, I'm gonna learn that everyone has moved on, that it's not an IP that people care about as much anymore, and they're like, oh, well, this would have been way cooler if it had come out 5-10 years ago. But yeah, that's awesome, I guess. And it will remind me of when I booked a Power Rangers project way back when, very early on in my career, and I excitedly reached out to my stepbrother and told him, because I knew that my stepbrother was a huge fucking fan of Power Rangers. And when I excitedly told him that I was now a part of the franchise, his response was, cool, I guess. That stuff's for babies. And I'm just scared I'm gonna get a repeat of that. Huh? I know, but people are... You're still a fan of Harvest Moon and you grew up on it. Or imagine if I told you... Perfect equivalent. Just imagine if I told you that I was in the next Pokemon game, which happened to be voiced, and in this case, in this scenario, you told me that Pokemon was for teenagers and that you had grown up past it. That's what I'm talking about. You can still be passionate about stuff like Pokemon or Digimon or Power Rangers or Mega Man 15, 20, 30 years later. So that's why it was unexpected, was because I had no reason to believe that he had suddenly moved on and not give a shit anymore. So it's really hard because it's not like I'm not succeeding, you know? I've got plenty of freelance work. I took care of some corporate narration earlier today. There is no risk at all, to my knowledge, knock on wood, because that didn't mean a lot of good yesterday. There is no apparent risk that I know of me not being able to afford my house or the things that I need to pay for financially. Money and getting work is not a concern. What bothers me is that it feels like my natural energy and my natural enthusiasm doesn't match with what hires these days. And either I'm not good enough to book the stuff that is hiring, or the stuff I do manage to book doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Anyway, I don't want to beat a dead horse, so I am trying my best to be the best I can be. I am trying to remind myself that perfection is not required, and that flaws and quirks and I don't know what the third word is. That flaws and quirks are what make us human, are what make characters relatable, but damn, does it feel sometimes like that's not how it works anymore. Giga, I gotta get better at just understanding character motivations like that. I have to be able to read a scene better. I have to be able to empathize with the character's motivations instead of just going, okay, they're upset, okay, they're vindictive. It's kind of both a blessing and a curse. Like, I feel things really deeply, but I tend to feel them very strongly. And yet, I also move past things relatively quickly. Like, something will upset me, and I might be really annoyed by it while it's not being taken care of, but as soon as it is taken care of, I've already moved on. You know, I've moved on to the next thing. And I feel like it hinders me from being able to really immerse myself in emotion and go, how does that make me feel? Why do I feel this way? How is that affecting the way that I speak? It's a good question, Lupin. It's a really good question. It's hard to answer because there's a lot of layers to this. To use Bill's performance as an example, one, I love the way that he performed that role, and I don't trust myself yet to be able to make those kinds of choices the way that he did, or to make similar choices that are as creative rather than being relatively surface level. So I am frustrated that he understands it and I don't. It's not entitlement of, if I can't have it, he shouldn't be able to have it either. It is recognizing greatness in my colleagues and wanting that for myself, demanding that of myself, and recognizing that I haven't achieved it so far. Number two is this worry that the way I would approach it doesn't work, and wouldn't work for that show, and wouldn't work for any of those characters, and that I will not be relevant because it's not enough. I've heard "you are enough" God knows how many fucking times. Every workshop, every seminar, at some point, they say the magic 3 words, "you are enough." I don't know where I'm going with that. Number 3, and I'll admit this is the pettiest reason, I would love to play a character like that. I would have such a ball playing someone like that and being part of that world, and you guys know my affection for animals in general. But what really hit was I saw a couple people commenting under his tweet saying, "So when are we gonna see you at a furry convention?" And him tagging Ben Diskin and saying, "I will be part of that community." And for years, I have been contributing to that community on indie projects and helping members out and attending conventions and participating in events. And it still feels like, outside of the circle of friends who just happen to know me, that people don't recognize me in that community. Unless they know me from stuff like Genshin. They don't know me as any of the characters that I've played that are anthros. They don't know me as... They don't recognize me unless I tell them I'm Rivali. The number of times that I had people go, "Oh shit, no way," when I explained that I was Rivali in Breath of the Wild was more than the number of times people recognized me just off the bat. Meanwhile, you get characters like Shiro or Haida or even this 1-bit role, and it's like an instant pass. And they're like, "I will recognize you if I see you at a con. When are you gonna be a guest at a con? I'm gonna ask them to bring you." And when you've already been contributing to that community for years, it really hurts. Because even when you've been doing it, you haven't been doing it right. Fuck. I'm sorry for bringing down the mood. I apologize. Drinking from the well of my salty tears to heal my party. That's the problem, Booms, is I have voiced furry characters, but the time where they are relevant has already passed. Revali's not in Tears of the Kingdom, but Agretzko had their final season, so Haida is still relevant. They're probably going to want the actors from the Digimon reboot that just came out. It is, when it comes to conventions, it's about either relevancy or legacy. Your two biggest draws are going to be either if you are in the hot new thing that everyone is talking about, or if you're someone like Jim Cummings, who has so much of a portfolio at this point. Jim Cummings, Tom Kenny, Steve Bloom, any of these folks, where your entire career is worth bringing you to the con. Your summary of experiences. So if you're in the middle, if you don't have anything hot and fresh, and you also haven't been in this, haven't had your skin in the game long enough to be a notable icon, then it's kind of you're the middle child. I'd like to think so, but I've been doing it for what? 7 years? Actively? I have to wonder if it's because I know so much about the community, because from what I've observed from Ben's tweets, there is, I wouldn't even call it a fascination with corruption. I would call it a fascination with indoctrination. There is this desire to bring people who aren't part of the fandom but have voiced a furry role to a convention because they're excited by the idea of how this normie, this actor, will react when they experience the community. So I wouldn't call it a perversion, but it's like, oh, they don't know about Vor, they don't know about fursuits. How are they going to react when they see someone walking around as Legoshi or something like that? I didn't even get into talking about Jonah as Legoshi. And if you're someone who already knows about the community, then there's no surprise, if that makes sense. And they're like, okay, well, yeah, but there's nothing that's gonna phase them. There's nothing that's gonna catch him off guard because he already knows about it. I wanna see how someone new to the fandom will react. Anyway, something random that is lighter hearted since you guys wanted something less depressing. If you guys remember when I was showcasing those shirts that I had gotten from the Sugar Bunny shop, when I went to my doctor's appointment to get my vaccines for the international travel, out of nowhere, my doctor comments on my shirt, and I ended up talking about Sugar Bunny Studios or Sugar Bunny Shop or whatever, and I offered to give him... I told him I would message him after I got back home and give him a link to their cutesy, vintage, baby animals t-shirt shop. And he went, yeah, sure, go ahead. So, yesterday after getting home, I logged on to my very serious healthcare app and sent a non-urgent inquiry to my doctor with no other message besides, hey, here's the link to that shirt shop you wanted. And he just wrote back and said, thanks. So that was a cool little experience of how even doctors can have things that they're passionate about outside of helping you not die. The community is fantastic, Kenny Guy. There are so many different things about it that I can't recommend enough to people. The fact that it, to my knowledge, continues to be a very anti-corporate space. The fact that they push back against resellers, that so many of these shops... You think about Anime Expo, think about AX, and how much of that floor space is dedicated to companies, to publishers, to established, like, groups with shitloads of money, versus a furry convention, and how much of that floor space is just people, just makers and artists and designers and shirt creators and independent game developers and stuff like that. It is, in my opinion, one of the most accessible places for platonic male affection. I don't think there's anything like it in terms of the ability for guys to go and hang out with each other and give hugs and, like, have physical affection towards each other in a non-sexual way. I can't think of any other community space outside of LGBT where it is so rampant and so accepted and so welcomed. Thank you, Red. I'll be okay. I saw you post about that, Vim. Do you mind, do you want to tell me a little bit about, like, what sets it apart from regular Shadowverse, or is it... Oh, wait, no, Shadowverse Evolve is, like, it finally getting a physical version, right? I'll be honest, Kenny Guy, I don't need goodies. I feel like I already stockpile stuff at home, and I'm afraid of running out of space or becoming a pack rat. Really, all I want to make sure I'm able to do when I go to a con is have something to do. Whether that's hanging out with friends when they get food, or chilling with them at a room party. I'm the guy who will join, like, 4 or 5 different group chats before the con, and then at least once a day be like, what is everybody up to? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I am a busy bee when it comes to convention scheduling. If Kate ever pops onto the chat, you guys should ask her what it was like following me around at FWA, because I guarantee you her answer is going to be, Sean never seems to run out of energy, which is a problem for people like me who eventually run out of energy. I activate like a hidden hyperdrive and just have limitless resources until I hit the bed, and then I am fucking out. Like, needing to engage followers. Does engage mean like something similar to Magic the Gathering, where you have to like tap them or use mana resources in order to actually play them, not just summon them? Okay. I've heard of Exploding Kittens, yeah. The same people made Poetry for Neanderthals, which I really enjoy as well. Anyway, that was my very long-winded answer to Vim's question, but we're still going to be grinding for the next 2.5, 3 hours, so feel free to ask any question you want, or just sit here and vibe to music. I wonder if I would be good at Dark Souls because I had to get used to timing my rolls in Dragalia Lost. Dragalia Lost was a much bigger action game than most people give it credit for, and the raids especially required a lot of coordination between teammates. Oh, if the sound effects get annoying, let me know and I can turn those off. I am so fucking impatient and excited for when I finally get to ETRIAN Odyssey 3, you guys, because I'll finally get to geek out explaining my subclassing choices and why I made the choices that I did and how I negotiated, you know, which subclass to give to which main class. It's gonna be a while, though, because we have to return to the regular schedule after we're done with ETRIAN 1. Fuck, I'm excited for ETRIAN Odyssey 2, because I didn't even play the remake. I have zero knowledge about ETRIAN Odyssey 2 or 3, outside of maybe I might start working through one of the maps and be like, oh, I remember this from Nexus. I'm gonna be, S. Danand, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think ETRIAN Odyssey 2 has the second battle theme in ETRIAN Odyssey 2 is actually equally good in both the remake and the original. And I genuinely believe ETRIAN Odyssey 3's true final boss theme is better in the original than in the remaster in Nexus. It is probably one of the only tracks where I'm like, the original is just straight up better in every way. The problem is that the Nexus remaster we're gonna be at it for a while, or we're not gonna get to this game for quite a long time, so I'm willing to showcase it to you guys ahead of time. But so you guys have already heard the remaster one. So this is the remastered version of this track from ETRIAN Odyssey 3. And the reason why I think it misses out is because it tries to go even harder than the original did, but ends up coming off as, like, excessive as a result. So here is the remaster of this track. Turn it up a little bit more? Okay. So it's okay. Like, it rocks. It's pretty good. So it's very good. It's very rock out, cool, whatever. But you're fighting a Cthulhu god, and this is what the original version of that tune sounds like. It's not even the best part either, because when it does that same like do 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 do, watch how it does it in this track. This sounds like a Final Fantasy Kafka fight. I just think the original fits better for the type of boss that you were fighting. It really gives the sense of you fighting this strange alien entity that you don't understand but is trying to pulverize you, and the remake gives it too much of a, I don't know, it's not the same. I get that, waifu. It's kind of like if Nexus, if we used graphical terms, if Nexus's track was the LED version, the original was the OLED. Everything was sharper, more defined, more distinct, sharper contrast, whereas the remake kind of smoothed the edges so that it blended together better. Yep. Early game is a bastard, Dusk. Early game and true end game are both incredibly unfair. Also true, Dusk. I've been trying really hard to get back into Astria Ascending, but I seem to love robbing myself of all of my free time. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. So go watch it, Skidium. You're not missing anything. Do you have any opinions of Final? I can't believe that Final Fantasy 16 is out. I keep forgetting that it's out. It looks beautiful. I've heard great things about it. Tell me about it. Perfect Apocalypse. I think he's incredibly loyal and also loves to play it up when he thinks he's in control. He's one of the most gangsta members of the team. Thank you, Echo. I am really proud of my performances, Reen. And I hope I can stay that way. Oh, so just Danganronpa or Danganronpa. I started having access to conventions around 2017 because Clace was coming out with Winds of Change, which I had voiced in. So he would bring the actors to talk about their involvement in the game. And I really, really enjoyed seeing people walking around in costumes, so I started attending some of the ones that people recommended, like Further Confusion. MFF was one, although it's gotten way too big for me by now. Over time, I developed a couple favorites. FWA I really like because it feels like a theater kid convention. BLFC is fun because there's always something to do because it's at a casino, so stuff is open late. Anthrocon was actually really fun. I understand now why people were going. Also, this seems like a quest. With great difficulty, you force your fingers between the heavy doors and slowly pry them open. Once the doors are partway open, you see a roiling horde of spiders inside. The spiders crawl out through the partially open doors and attack the nearest target. All right. No one tell Tez. No, 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 no. Stop. Oh. Oh. We might actually lose this one. Oh, we are not strong enough for this fight yet. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This quest is meant for, people who got to the 30th floor, and because we're not level 70, it's making us do less damage. It's alright, I quick saved before this fight, so... I guess we just wait for me to die? There we go. So we know we cannot farm there yet. I almost want to see if we can survive the butterflies on the 6th stratum, but if that ended as badly as it did, I highly doubt it. Tell me a cute fact about snow leopards. And for some reason, my brain fused your name with your statement, so I read that as black snow leopards, and I was like, that's a thing? If a previously unvoiced game got a voiced remake, I would want to voice either the story mode Lance Connect in ETRIAN Odyssey 4, or if it got remade with, like, create your character voice options like 5 and Nexus did, I would want to be able to voice a voice type that you would typically use for a Lance Connect. Here's the worst part. When he uses Blazer, I would want my character to shout, "Burn!" When he uses Freeze, or Freezer, I'd like him to say, "Freeze!" or "Freeze!" And when he uses Shocker, my quote is, "Shocking, isn't it?" Oh, yes! I did know about that, Black. Oh, you thought I was gonna go... Nah, I'm too depressed to be funny right now. Sorry. Alright, quick test. Can I actually survive the butterflies? I'm expecting this to end horribly. Excuse me. Oh, we are definitely doing way less than we should be. Okay. Nope, that is not worth it for what we're getting. Pretty unusable. I would not expect you to have much success at all. You can tell me bees hold on to their tails when they're sleeping? Because I'd believe it. Believe it. Because I was 12 years old and I had to come up with the username before I could argue with people on the IGN forums. So I took my two favorite characters and I slammed them together and called that original. And the system said, yep, no one's taken it yet, so no need to add numbers or tildes or XXX or underscore. You just get it. And I went, sweet, thanks. And then I proceeded to make a fucking idiot of myself. Well, someone fucking took it on Discord, the dicks! Where do I go on the desktop version to change or to try changing my username? Profiles? My account? That is actually really funny. I am so sorry. Yeah, where do I go to change my username on the desktop version of this? My account. No. It's at the top of the settings page. Settings. It's giving me options for streamer mode, hide personal information, hide invite links, disable sounds, disable notifications. It is not giving me an option to change my username. Oh, I see. I understand now because I'm on streamer mode. Got it. I got it. I got it. Anyway, B fact. Let me see. Bees can count up to 3. After 3, there is only many. We know this because we trained them to follow a Y maze. They had to match a card in the middle with cards to the sides. They could count despite position, shape, and color. So it's kind of like DBZ power levels, where after a certain point, they just... I don't know if... Here's a cool DBZ fact. In the Chinese version of DBZ, they got so sick of having to update the numerical systems, or update, like, which kanji that they wrote as the power levels kept getting bigger and bigger, that they eventually defaulted to just finding different ways to write the phrase, a really frickin' big number. Are you calling Chinese people bees? Only mildly? Yeah, but it's relevant because we were just discussing how bees can't count past 3. So anything else is just very big. And then you said that and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh. Good job, Giga. I'm so fucking tired right now. I'm emotionally exhausted. Oh, maybe it's an internet legend and I got lied to. I did enjoy my time. It was incredibly warm, but I did enjoy my time. I hope despite the barriers to entry that the convention ended up having, that you were able to find plenty to enjoy about it as well. Any cons in particular that are on your radar, Kaga? Well, what kinds of cons are we talking about? Because I've been to a couple different types. Anthrocon? Anthrocon, I don't want to say it blew me away, because I didn't have any expectations going in, but it was very navigable. I didn't feel terribly lost at any point. With the exception of the taco place, which sucked ass. Hanging out with friends was great. I had a blast. I really enjoyed myself. I would definitely go back next year. Right? And you got that cool Shirano acrylic. Was I able to visit some beaches? No. I was there for the con, and then I immediately had to head back because that following weekend I had a convention where I got to see my dad for the first time in like 7-8 years. What's even more important though is after everything that had happened at that convention and people being upset that they waited hours upon hours upon hours just to get inside and didn't even get to see some of their favorite people, I spent every single hour that that convention center was open in the convention center. I don't know if the story got around, but there was that one day that they opened for like an additional 2 hours because of people who weren't able to go in yesterday. And I stayed. I stayed the entire time. It closed at like, it was supposed to close at like 6, and instead it closed at like 8 or 9 p.m. when it started at like 9 or 10 in the morning, and I was there at my table the whole time because I didn't want anyone to miss the chance to see me that made the effort to get in line. I wouldn't mind coming back though. That would be pretty nice. Next con will be MFF for me. I feel like MFF has gone the way of AX. I expect it to be way too crowded nowadays. I would be interested in going to MFF if I could trust that it wouldn't be packed tighter than Disneyland on a holiday. This song is called Campfire, and it's one of my favorites. Oh, AC wasn't anywhere near as bad. This is gonna take a while, huh? Okay, definitely do not farm here for a fight. I haven't touched Tears of the Kingdom. I only know what the internet has posted. Okay, we definitely need to get to a level where we can get to this floor. There is some good training on this floor if we can get that far. What up, Kate? Hey, Kate. What's it like trying to keep up with me at places like FWA in terms of energy? Chat would like to know. Is there lots to do at conventions? Which panel did you host? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you're cool. What up, Owen? This is just a level raising stream because we retired everybody. We got to the 30th floor, and now I'm trying to get everyone back up to 70 so that we can finish the last couple of quests, beat the dragons, so that I can farm their rare drops off of stream. And then all we have to do is come back and beat the true final boss. Give out a copy of ETRIAN Mystery or damn, I am like failing. Okay. We are leveling everyone up to 70 when possible, and also finishing the last quests so that I can fight the dragons on stream, beat them, farm them off of stream to get the rare drop, and then we can come back and all we have to do is beat the true final boss, give out a copy of the ETRIAN HD collection, and then finally return to our normal schedule when I come back from, let me see, what is a good time? Okay, the plan right now is on August 1st when I come back from Trinidad and Tobago. August 1st is when I would like to resume the normal schedule. If I happen to finish ETRIAN Odyssey 1 prior to that date, if I finish it before I leave for Kineticon, assuming I finish it by the time I leave for Kineticon, I would like to be able to use the 24th through the 26th to preview Splurge on ETRIAN Odyssey 2, and then when I'm back on August 1st, since I'll actually be back for a full week, we can attempt to resume the normal schedule. Burpees. Okay. Let there be light. There we go. It is now 86 degrees in the house. My elbow cricked on that, or my left arm near the shoulder cricked on that final one. I was like, oh, that was almost a dislocation. Well, Owen, because I am a massive fan of the ETRIAN Odyssey franchise, for games that I'm crazy about, I tend to give out a lot of copies. So my current plan is, for each of these 3 games, I give out a copy of the game by itself, the specific one that I'm playing, when we beat the story final boss. And I give out, a copy of the trilogy when I beat the true final boss, because they're kind of a super difficult super boss. So I've already given out the single copy. I've already given out the single copy for this game. So now we just need to get to a point where I can give out the other copy. And this spot right here is giving a lot of experience points compared to the other stratums. Probably because it's summoning like... these 4 enemies are giving better EXP than the next stratum is. Is there a reason it's not? Hello? Yes, I would be using that. Correct. I can tell you right now, we are not going to reach the point of doing the giveaway today. I'm genuinely just trying to see how far I can get before I have to get off stream. Hopefully. That sounds like a skill issue, Vim. You should try not having that, is my recommendation. Feel free to ignore it. Another feature I think would be cool to add to an FOE. I don't know what mythological creature this would be based on, but an FOE that has two different forms, or there's two different fights, depending on whether you face it from the front or the back. Oh my god, double raid! What's up, Vexton? What is up, Pikachu 24 fan? Hello, everybody. How are we all doing today? I'm doing okay, Vex. We had some hard emotions, heart to heart earlier, and now we're just grinding up levels so I can properly finish the post game. Were you guys playing Mario Tennis? Oh, were you guys playing together? Was this like online multiplayer or something? Aw, that's cool. I'm happy for y'all. Ah, yes, the push me, pull you. I actually remember that. It's going pretty okay. We were trying to figure out where the most efficient place to level up was, because an annoying fact about the first game is that it scales how much damage you do and take based on if you're the appropriate level for the area or not. So it doesn't matter if you have end game equipment. If you are a level 1 retired party trying to go into Stratum 3, you're not going to be able to do anything. So we are finding out that even though we're level 50 something, the 4th Stratum is still the safest place for us to grind up EXP, because this specific section tends to give us about 4,000 to 5,000 EXP per fight. Yeah, not expecting much to happen today. We're gonna take care of some quests if we even get to a level where we can tackle them without dying miserably. But I'm just totally focused on trying to get back up to 70, so we did retire. Steelhelm, Squirt, and Spaffy are gonna have to do one final rest because I am building them to get a few last drops from bosses and other end of stratum things, but once we have all the collectibles besides the true final boss, I need to rest them, get them back up the 5 levels that they lose back up to the proper 70, and then it's literally just having a stream for the true final boss and then beating it, and we will be done. My goal is to be completely done with ETRIAN Odyssey 1 HD before August 1st, ideally before I leave for Kineticon. And assuming that's the case, the remaining extra days will be dedicated to ETRIAN Odyssey 2, so that we have a defined return date for the regular schedule, because I know people have been really waiting for it, and I don't want them to feel like they missed out because they weren't paying attention to when I finished ETRIAN Odyssey 1. So, ideal finish date is July 19th. Absolute deadline is July 26th. Any bonus time will be spent getting an early head start on ETRIAN Odyssey 2, and then on August 1st we should be returning to our normal schedule. I'm sure people are sick of this by now, so I don't know. It's just me getting in my own head after what I was saying earlier. I apologize. Thank you. I appreciate it. Next to the tall, black-footed ferret. Are you going to be in suit, or are you handling them? Husband will be in suit? Cool. Very cool. Ooms, weren't you thinking of coming to Kineticon? Oh, okay. Maybe I'm misremembering then. Yeah, I guarantee you can't miss her. First of all, she's always with me at my table when she's able to come with me. And secondly, she mostly notices fursuits because I'm the one who screams out loud and then immediately gets distracted and leaves the table to go say hi. More like my Wrangler. That is correct. Yes. Once we can actually get access to the 6th stratum, we will probably be able to get money much more easily, because we're going to have to farm a few levels off of the butterflies, and they have essentially a guaranteed drop if you kill them using an ice move. They drop that cold scale that sells for 1,300 each, and because we're going to need to farm a few levels off of them, we are going to have a shitload of those scales. So this will work out well, because it means whatever those dragons happen to drop, if it's applicable to one of our 5 party members, we'll be able to buy it. And even if we needed more stuff, I noticed that pretty much all of the mining resources from Stratum 5 are worth about 650 each, and we have a survivalist who can grab 20 every single day. So if I absolutely needed to farm, maybe an hour of farming material grabbing with Asbel, and I'm good to go. I think, despite how tedious it's going to be in 2, when we get to the later games, it'll be more obvious, but probably one of my favorite parts of max level retiring is, yes, everyone starts at a much lower level, but you see how many skill points they already have, and you realize they already have their endgame equipment, and they are already hitting really fucking hard at level 30, 40, 50, and then you realize, oh my god, they still have another 49 levels left to go. And the true final boss laughs and says, I know, and you'll need every single one of them. Anyway, none of you asked this, but I'm answering anyway in case the DLC gets added. I do not approve... I don't think it's fair for people to use DLC in ETRIAN games that gives you massive amounts of experience until you have done a full retire. If you want to retire before 99 and get yourself back up the normal way, that's cool. But once you are literally just prepping for the final bosses, for the super bosses, I think it's reasonable to use DLC that gives you shitloads of experience so that you don't have to do this. Because this is the one part of the game where I'm like, I could do without this, you know? This isn't really offering much in the way of gameplay. Well, it's mostly because, like, if you have side quests you could still be doing. You know, if you have stuff to work on, then it's not worth using the DLC, because just go do the side quests. Just fight the battles that you fight on the way there, and you'll probably get back to where you need to be. But if you genuinely have nothing else to do, and the only thing you are trying to do is level up so that you can go do these boss fights, and that's what your time sink is going into, then use the fucking DLC. Don't deny yourself the free time because you want to do things the dumb way. That's part of why I want to get to a level where we can do these side quests that are sitting in my inbox, because we can probably get 3 to 5 levels just off of that. Yeah, I'd appreciate if we can go back to getting these groups of enemies that are giving 2,000 or 5,000 EXP instead of 2,500. Because that bug and bird are not giving very much. That group is also okay. I also like how ETRIAN, everything in ETRIAN feels balanced in terms of difficulty. Like, Demon Gaze is fun, but I'd be the first person to tell you that blowing through 25 random fights and then having a single group of enemies that just suddenly KOs your entire party out of nowhere was not very fun. But it feels like ETRIAN makes each battle matter in a way that isn't too tedious. They're fun. They are very fun, but damn can they be scuffed sometimes. That is, I think one of its biggest weaknesses is, I mean, I know that having 6 people in a party means you can play around with more stuff, but the fact that having a paladin is so necessary to every experience in game. Because you guys have seen, like, Undernauts, Demon Gaze 2, it was all about having a paladin that was tanking literally every hit and only taking 4 to 20 damage. Because if any of those hits touched anybody else, it was like 400 immediately. The damage disparity between the paladins and every other class was stupid. Yes, it does, because no one plays the Vita version and the PS4 version keeps fucking crashing. All right, one more. Once we get 55, I will see if we can actually manage to survive that one quest. This brings me back to the days of level grinding in MapleStory. MapleStory was all about finding the one area that had the best enemy spawn rate to EXP ratio, and then just going around and 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 around for hours at a time. And yet, that was fun for me. My favorite part, it would be you'd have entire guilds warring over the same spawn camping spot. But my favorite was, there was like this carnival-themed like South Korea area that had like carousel ride monsters and giant plush teddy bears and whatever. And there was a training map that in the very center of the map had an elephant slide. And you could stand on top of the elephant slide. The reason why this is interesting is because the Evan class, which is what I was playing, had basically a ground slam ability that the dragon could use. And it turned out that the ground slam had an aura of effect around it. It obviously hit anything that was in the immediate vicinity of where the dragon slammed on the ground. So it was hitting the top edges of the enemies on the bottom row. But also, it would affect a certain degree above the dragon, which was just enough to hit the feet of the enemies on the top row. So by standing on the elephant slide, you could hold down the skill button and hit everything in a radius around you without having to move. And what was amazing was, if you managed to position it correctly, I'm trying to remember how you did it, but there was a way where I could position one of my pets on the top row and one of my other pets on the bottom row, and they both had the little add-on that makes them automatically go and collect loot. So I would stand there in one spot for hours at a time, literal hours at a time, holding down the keybind for my attack. And the only thing that I had to change was that after 30 seconds of holding down a button, the game would register it as automated, like a bot program was running it, so it would disable, like, the move doing damage. So all you had to do was take your finger off the button and then push it down again. So I want you to imagine the dedication that it took for me to sit in my chair for 3 to 4 hours at a time before taking a break. Push. 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 What's up? I'm very glad, Kaga. I hope they bring you as much joy as they did to me. It's amazing that 4 stratums in, the enemy drops are still worth less than 3 digits. When you think of how many other games exist where these items are worth, what? Hundreds, thousands by the time you're this far into the game? ETRIAN doesn't give a shit. I do hope that ETRIAN Odyssey 2 immediately improves in terms of the experience rate given to you by enemies. Oh, Waifu, I know you talked about it. Anyone else play World Flipper that pulled for the new weapon? The first actual weapon worth pulling for in the history of the game? If so, how was your luck? Oh. Oof. If I wanted to be mean, I'd be like, see? I tell people about it, and they tell me they're not interested anymore. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. We almost at 55 yet? Ugh, it takes so long once you get to these final 15. I've been meaning to play 7th Dragon. That's on just on 3DS, right? It hasn't been ported to Switch at all. Labyrinth of Refrain. Anyway. What is Raid Gigant? Yep. I remember hearing about that because I remember Kira announcing that she voiced in it. That makes no sense. Well, it's mostly, it's not really my fault, Robin. This is just first game tediousness. because the first game had bad attack and damage scaling based on the level of your characters versus the level of the area they were in, not the power of their equipment. Also, I'm pretty sure the actual amount of EXP that enemies gave was changed significantly in later games. And most importantly, retiring in later games starts you at level 30 rather than level 1. Almost there. Thank you, Jason. I hope you guys have been enjoying my performance on that. I will say, the community response to Jock Studio has been overwhelming, and I've really, really thrived on seeing everyone's feedback. Once again, the gays do it better than the straights. Oh my god, fuck off. 17 EXP. All right. Oh, we had 2 skill points. Oops. I'm el stupid. I feel like they've been playing a lot of the same songs over and over lately. I've definitely heard a lot of these songs like 3 times over the last 3 days. 1 20-second squat. All right. one more for 10 seconds because that was kind of messy. There's certain songs that have like bars or passages that after like 3 or 4 times you'll recognize them immediately and be like, oh, it's that song. Excuse me. In this game specifically, ooh, that's hard. I'll be honest, there's not... In the same way that ETRIAN Odyssey 5 had multiple stratums that I really enjoyed, there's not really any one from this that I'm... Like, if I had to pick one from 4, I really liked the caverns from the 3rd stratum. Just the mix of how it was these wide open, hot, cold caverns and the music going... It was like this very mysterious, whimsical... I don't know, I really enjoyed it. This first game... Not really... See, I can't even go with first stratum anymore because fucking ETRIAN Odyssey 4 did it better. Very sporadically. I've mostly played the spin-off games like Crystal Chronicles. I'll be honest, Polly, I don't think I would change a single thing about my party if I were to do an ETRIAN Odyssey 4 run. It would just be me showcasing how I made the most busted party in the game. Well, almost the most busted party, because I know that everyone argues that you should be using a, I know that everyone argues you should be using an Imperial with a sub-Landy rather than Landy sub-Imperial. But they're wrong, and we can debate that another time. Oh! I didn't realize Defender was a buff. I thought Defender was a one-turn thing. Interesting. Okay. It should have, the icon should be replaced. This is gonna be a long fucking fight. Yeah, we only made the 5, so the ×1 doesn't have one. That sounds amazing. I'm so happy for your friends. This fight is taking so fucking long. Hey, Honkai. What's the cool thing that's been happening in that lately? What is the big event that everyone's talking about? I don't know if there's an actual event going on. I'm just curious. Mary Skelter is an interesting dungeon crawler, but I would definitely play it for the story, not for the battles. It is a visual novel with an RPG attached as an afterthought. You will spend like 2 hours on dialogue and cutscenes for half an hour of gameplay. Are you fucking kidding me? Shit. Oh, this is gonna suck if I lose at the last second because of this. This is not who I was supposed to be fighting. Motherfucker. God fucking damn it. We are gonna lose this stupid fight because of this stupid dinosaur. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Give me that fucking EXP. You pieces of garbage. Oh my god. The cluster of spiders and one dinosaur has been vanquished. You pry the doors open fully to see that the interior is matted with spider silk. After you carefully remove all the thread, the elevator slowly rumbles back to life. Oh my god. Not worth. Not worth at all. Welcome back. I don't pretend to understand why, but I guess those monsters' nests stopped it from moving. Good thing we had experienced exterminators like you around, huh? Excuse me. All right. Well, the good news is clearing out that elevator actually gave us access to the 25th floor, which is important because that is where our next grinding spot is going to be. This is so sad. Can we get... I don't know. If we go to 7 and we manage to hit level 60, that's... I'll feel pretty good about that. If we hit level 60 before the end of stream, depending on when I choose to do auditions, I might actually be able to do dragon fights tomorrow. These are the boys we want. This right here is what we want. This group of 4 gives us 8,500 experience. Sounds good. If this group, okay, so it's not worth using that. As long as this group mostly targets Steelhelm, this might be a good one as well, because they're guaranteed to die to Cocytus. Cocytus. See what they give. That is also a good group. I would actually prefer the gels over the other enemies, because if they target Steelhelm, it's a wasted attack. He takes barely any damage. Getting ambushed is not great. That is the unfortunate problem, is we are still vulnerable to their power level. So they could just decide to kill us. I gotta make sure I bring more medicas when I come back down. There we go. We like that. Free EXP. These guys I'm more worried about because they hit really hard. And they take forever to kill. This is a type of enemy that the Landy would have a much easier time with. Is it that? Yeah, if we could keep getting groups of these enemies specifically, that's great. Because I can have everybody defend, use Thor, which generally will kill all of them. And if it doesn't, then we can set up healing and just heal our party before finishing it off. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Could you imagine just like the rest of your party acting afraid and you just walk up and pick one up and just slurp it into your mouth like a fucking Jello cup? Shots. I did retire everyone, Grug. We are slowly leveling them up to 70. Once we level them up to 70, we need to fight the dragons, and I need to grab some last droppable items from the 30th floor, and one from the turtles. Steel Helm, Spaffy, and Squirt need to be reset one last time. Not retired, but reset their skill points. So then I have to level them back up from 65 to 70, and then we will be good for the true final boss. The current plan is ideally to finish ETRIAN Odyssey 1 by the 19th with a hard deadline of the 26th. Any bonus time before then, if we finish it earlier, can be spent getting a head start on ETRIAN Odyssey 2. And then the hard set plan is to finally resume the normal schedule on August 1st when I come back from Trinidad. So, Grug, unfortunately in this game, the first game does what's known as either level scaling or ability scaling or whatever. But basically, in the first game, it wants you to be a certain level before you attempt different areas of the game. So even if you have end game equipment, if your character level is too low compared to the area that you are in, it modifies your stats so that you do less damage and take more damage. So even though we have the damage output to be hurting enemies in the 6th stratum, because we are not level 60, it is punishing us by making us do less and take more. So if we were to rush into the 6th stratum right now, we would probably get our asses handed to us. So unfortunately, this is the best place to farm a couple of levels. That's cool. I'm proud of you. So until I'm around level 60, it will not let me into the 6th stratum. Actually, technically, it wants you to be level 70 when you go in there, because I believe it said the 6th stratum. I hate 6th. Sixth. Try, okay, I had to actually say this for a training audio once. Say the 6th depth.
6th depth. Blech.
Okay, but you have to say it in a normal narration speed. So, for example, the phrase is, in this course, we're gonna take a further look at the 6th depth.
Okay, but I don't talk like that.
Well, you better. You try it, chat. You have to do it at normal narration pace. Say something to the effect of, "We will now explore the 6th depth of the model." But you can't.
Why are you fighting Sad Apple?
They're rejected Jello cups. But you can't slow down when you say 6th depth. You have to say it at the same narration speed as everything else, or it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Let us take a look at this Irish wristwatch. I almost got through it. Irish. See, I would just fuck it up on purpose because it's funny to say.
She sells seashells at the seashore.
No, she sells Irish Worcestershire sauce.
Our.
Of course.
Want me to-
Oh, she works at Myers. I prefer Kroger's.
Going to hit you.
I heard you can save big money at Menard.
That's it.
Specific Pacific, specific Pacific, specific Pacific. That one's fun. I just like that one. Overrogue is less difficult than Slay the Spire. If you understand what you're doing and you stockpile the... Because it has like a little bonus shop that you earn, or you can use currency that you obtain to get like perks like +1 base damage or an extra mana on each turn. So if you know what you're doing and you stockpile for the powerful effects, you can break it pretty wide open. I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed it. I would also recommend Super Bullet Break. I'm particularly proud of Super Bullet Break, and if Kate's still in chat, she can attest to this, because I beat the true final boss of the bonus section of the game by having a deck that moved fast and delayed them often enough that they never actually took a turn. The boss never moved at all, and this was like a 300 turn fight. That's correct. That's correct. I can't believe that. That's crazy. We could fight the final boss again if we wanted. Oh wait, no, that's the Thunder Dragon. That's right, I'm stupid. Haha. That is not who I want to be fighting. Lupin, one of my favorite parts of ETRIAN Odyssey Nexus was when you did the post-game Stratum 6. That Stratum was 5 straight floors of FOE avoidance puzzles. I distinctly remember it because it was not possible to survive against any of the FOEs. You had to get all the way through those floors in order to access the quests that would let you beat the bosses that would let you increase your level cap. And it was only once you were able to increase your level cap that you could start fighting the FOEs. So for example, you had to get, if we're starting at floor 26, you had to get to floor 28 just to get the first quest that would let you increase your level cap by 10. Increasing the level cap by 10 would let you survive against the FOEs on 26 and 27. Then you had to get to 29 to unlock the thing that would let you upgrade it again and fight the FOEs on 28. Yes, the FOEs in that stratum were incredibly dangerous until... I'm trying to think of how to succinctly... The FOEs on floors 26, 27, and I think 28, the first time that you went through the stratum, were way too powerful for your party. You had to get all the way to floor 28 and 29 to start getting access to the quests that let you upgrade your level cap, which after you upgraded your level cap, you could fairly take on those FOEs. Until then, it was a straight up puzzle. Like the entire floor was a puzzle to get to the shortcut so that you could dodge the FOEs on future trips. And it was a whole room. Yep, the whole point was similar to how I wanted to get through the teleporter maze just to access the 30th floor and get the last quest. The point of it was to solve the puzzle, get to the next floor, immediately leave, take the quest, go somewhere else, beat the boss, upgrade your level cap, and then properly fight the FOEs to level up before moving on to the next floor. I'm telling you, Nexus was great in ways that people don't even realize. Oh, here's another example. Perfect example. So, there were these FOEs that were stationary on the overworld. They started as like hardened rocks. You could move the rocks up to 2 times without them waking up. If you pushed them more than twice, they would wake up and become normal FOEs and try fighting you. Here's why that was important. Some of those rocks needed to be pushed in a specific spot to use them as a bridge on a higher level to go to the next section of the room. Some of them needed to be used as a blockade to block a different FOE from being able to get to you so that you could take a path that the FOE was blocking. And if you activated them and then killed them, you had to wait 7 days because they were just like any other FOE and they needed to respawn, so you'd have to wait for them to respawn before you could use them for the puzzle. I will tell you though, when I was finally able to fight those FOEs and say fuck you and take them out and not have to think about it going through that floor again, oh, it was the best feeling. 13 more. Lux is one of the only people that I feel like I'm gonna get to max. No, not true. I will almost get to max everything that I want. He'll get max HP up, slightly over halfway TP, and that's it. I cannot believe how they expect people to spread these points. Look at how few skills I have. I have HP up, attack up, TP up, like all these are passives. And in terms of attack skills, I have one. I have one. I have overhead, which is technically a self buff, and I have Mitareba. Everything else is in passives. Disgusting. That is true. And my plan for the dragons is actually really expensive for the dragons and for the true final boss. I am going to have my alchemist or whoever doesn't have anything else to do for that turn throw an Excella 3 on him, and he is going to use boosted overhead into boosted Mitareba every single turn. Basically, it'll be Emmy if they don't need to apply any debuffs to the enemy or they're already bound. Spaffy if they don't need to apply any buffs again yet because the enemy hasn't reset them yet. Or Squirt if all else fails. What up, Lux? Oh, that is weird saying that to someone who isn't me. Alright, Lux, you tell me, where did your Luxcinerus username come from? Why do you call yourself Lux? Spit it out, home slice. By the way, I just want to point out for the record that you bastards have watched me stream basically just me grinding for 4 hours, and there's 61 of you. Come on, you didn't want to go with Lux Shadow? That's the classic. Why do just chatting streams exist? Because hot girls overwhelmingly like to own hot tubs. It didn't used to be hot tub streams. It used to be just chatting. I need to make a niche market for myself during the strike. I need to advertise myself as the human who can do a perfect AI voice. So companies hire me, and I perform, and then they get sued by people who think they breached contract, and then they win because it turns out it was actually a real human. And then I get a cut of the money. This is a joke, by the way, SAG. Please don't fire me. No, it is definitely a joke. Shut the fuck up. I don't remember what the... I mean, I vaguely remember was the, "You've got mail." But I just know for the longest time, as soon as I was able to switch it, I had it switched to Justin Timberlake going, "Email, email, hope it's from a female." It was either that or Rosie O'Donnell going, "What do you know? Mail." God, remember Rosie O'Donnell? Remember when Rosie's big falling out was that she supported a Republican candidate that people didn't like? That was pre-Trump. I vaguely remember Rosie. Did you know? Bananas in Pajamas were a gay couple and they've been together for 26 years. Happily. The Teletubbies are sexually dimorphous, or amorphous. Sporadically, they just change into each other. They're like sentient trans Skittles. Wait, that's not a correct use of that. Gender fluid. There we go. They are gender fluid Skittles. Oh, I know how to do that. I just cleaned the house without you asking. Your game doesn't want to draw lines in your map anymore? What? That's awkward. Yeah, that would be my first thought. Did you set it to Wumbo accidentally? Classic SpongeBob. I obviously can't talk about it yet, but there is a role that I booked recently enough that I actually remember the auditions that I did. And what makes it funny to me is this means I booked it either doing my helpless child animation voice or my Sans voice. Because I definitely remember one of the two takes was me talking like this. Hey, buddy. You mind helping me out over here?
If I had a nickel for every time I've booked a role with my Sans voice, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
But it's weird that it happened twice. I'm trying to remember what he sounds like. I saw someone who posted a pic of that girl from the Elite Four saying that someone thought it was a Kajinka of Perry the Platypus. I do remember that. Thank you. My hero. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come on, level up. Let's go. 12 more. I'm trying to remember if I want to max out these 3. $10, $20, $30. $40. If I don't give myself any HP up. 10. Okay, I gotta remember this. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Okay. I won't be able to give myself any HP increase, but it is doable. With the bonus SP. The bonus SP is what makes it possible. Basic isn't the right word, but it's very... No. Let me finish. I said basic is not the right word, but it is very... pastel compared to your other Dungeons and Dragons outfits that you've done. What, are you playing a character then?
This is the mermaid.
Oh.
This is the siren.
She's hot. Is her top half or bottom half fish? Bottom?
She also on like whenever she goes on land.
That's hot. What? What? Come back. I can't believe my wife would do that to me. All right. We are slowly dwindling on money. But let us see if we can finally survive Stratum 6. Or at least the butterflies. What do I want? Oh.
Didn't move.
You didn't hold long enough for me to smooch. Wait, you finished 5 games so far. How long ago did you start? Come on, butterflies. Come on, butterflies. That is not butterflies. Where the hell are the butterflies? All right. These are hitting a little harder, but we are able to survive. And my hope is that the butterflies give like 8 to 10,000 while also giving us valuable drops. Those are not butterflies. Butterflies, please. There we go. All right. That is unfortunate. We are taking way too much damage for it to be profitable beyond a couple of times. Damn, this game really fucking wants to punish us. It's not a whole lot more. No, we're wasting more time on this. It's gonna be great for collecting money, but it's just... the amount of HP that we lose for how much more EXP we get is not worth it. Unfortunately, that other one is still better. That's way better for money purposes, but... how the fuck, Lux? There's no bullshit. You must have watched a fucking playthrough on... in April, you started the two... You beat both of the 2 games and then moved on to 0. Or in March you started, and then by April you were on to 0. Shut up. Get out of here. You fucking liar. You're like one of those kids who like swears to God that you caught Peekaboo under the fucking truck. I do believe you. I fucking hate you, but I believe you. All right, this is really dumb, but I want to take a... What time is it? I want to take a 5-minute break while sitting here because I DM'd someone that I really respect about wanting to give advice on how to make a series noticed by more people and like creative ways of doing fan engagement. And they just replied and said they were more than interested in anything I had to say. So my brain is kind of flooding right now with things to tell them. And I want to get it out before my ADHD makes me forget. So after this fight, I'm going to take like literally 5 minutes to type this out to them and then come right back. Vim, that's not true. You can adjust that map a couple of times. Oh, hold on. Single tie or double tie? Big bow or small bow? There you go.
Less basic.
Fine, I wasn't insulting it.
I mean, it also looked like Ariel.
I know, so why did you change it? Okay. Anyway, these two buttons. You can zoom in super close. I don't know why you would do that. So it's got 5 levels. But there is no reason why I would ever put it that close. That is inhibitive. All right. Be right back. This sounds like an ETRIAN Odyssey song. Almost done. Thank you for your patience, dudes. I will share everything in the Discord after I'm done typing it. I'm just very focused on making sure I write down everything that could be relevant. Okay, maybe it's more than 5 minutes, but I'm writing some good shit right now. Also, for Mega Man Battle Network, I did power first, then rapid, then charge. Rapid doesn't mean much if you're doing 1 damage per shot versus, because you could kind of, I wouldn't call it a glitch, but you could speed up how often you fired shots by pressing back and forth. That is true. Rapid is better when it is better when you're closer, but you could also speed it up by pressing back and forth, because every time Mega Man switched a panel, it kind of reset the time that was necessary to fire his Buster gun. So I would usually like flick back and forth while shooting shots, and that kind of helps speed it up for a little while before. So I would do power first to get it up to 5, then rapid so that it was firing even faster, and then finally you would do charge, because until charge is at max, you're just wasting time waiting for it to charge that you could be spending doing rapid shots. Because if you miss the charge shot, all that damage is gone, versus rapid firing, which is probably guaranteed to hit for at least a little bit of damage. Okay. If you guys would like to see the absolute wall of text that I wrote to try and support this franchise, where do I want to post it? I'm going to post it in Catch-All. So go to... Ooh, that is really hot. That is super hot. I'm going to move that out of the way. So go to Catch-All. And here is everything that I wrote to that person. It was like, I would love your feedback. Oh my god. Holy shit, I wrote so much. All right. There was the last part. Oh, I feel so much better for having written that out. I know, but okay. If there is one thing about me that I am proud about, it feels like I've gotten more confident about the things that I know a lot about, and I'm not as afraid to offer my input to people that are willing to listen. Like, I do my best to not impose myself on them, but I used to be the kind of person that just wouldn't say anything, and I would, like, offhandedly say, oh, I wish they would do this, in private chat channels. But now I feel like I've developed confidence to be like, hey, I don't want to impose, but if you're willing, I'm someone who's very familiar with your work, is familiar with the franchise, and as a fan and professional, I thought I might be able to offer some insight on ways that you can get it in front of more people. Lux, you would want to do !Discord to join my server. Just do a basic introduction, make sure you follow the rules so that we can give you a role, and then it will be in the channel called Catch All in the gaming community section. That's a lot of nuts and text. Like I said, Vim, it's that weird double-edged sword. I am so fucking forgetful of things that aren't, like, extremely immediately important to me for whatever stupid reason that may not be justified. But when it's something that I care about, I know exactly what I'm trying to say. All right, here's what I'm gonna do, dudes. It is about 7 o'clock, and I need to make sure that I start dinner soon. We are about to level up to 59. I don't know why I'm waiting until 60 to end it, but we should be able to have it within the next 10-15 minutes, I would say. So my plan is we're gonna get up to 60 so that you guys see that I'm level 60. Hello. I'm planning on finishing up dinner or doing the second half around 7:15. Is that okay? Okay. Can you grab the veggies and let them thaw a bit? Take it out. I'll cut it. I didn't know if we had bell pepper. I meant to ask. So, I'm going to get myself up to level 60 here on stream, and then we will call it for the night. My plan is I will probably, to save time, do those last couple of quests off stream, just because I don't I don't want to be denied the chance to level up faster by having access to the rest of the 6th stratum. I will not explore floor 30. I will leave that for the next time that we stream. But my hope is that when we stream tomorrow, I can be either very close to or at level 70 so that we can explore floor 30, fight the dragons, and depending on how well that goes, potentially the true final boss. So, just letting you know ahead of time that I will take care of these 2 quests. Because I know that this one takes place on the 30th floor, so I will wait to do that. But I will take care of these ones off of stream. I would be extremely surprised if it's the final stream of ETRIAN Odyssey 1. I feel like we are going to learn the hard way that one of the bosses is just... Something tells me that Steelhelm is still going to be too slow to put up his elemental protection, and I'm gonna have to, like... I don't know, figure out how to increase his agility so that we can actually go first. Okay. I just think that'll be the case. I would not be surprised. In later games, with the sole exception of having to switch the Sovereign Medic to Sovereign Zodiac, I was capable of using the same build on the dragons that I used on the true final boss. Given that I'm dealing with 30 less SP, or skill, yeah, 30 less skill points, and just the general way that this game is balanced, I would not be surprised if the build required to beat the true final boss is somehow different from the build required to, the build of these characters required to beat the dragons, and that I have to make one last adjustment, one last reset, and an extra 5 levels in order to get it there. Damn, I gained 15 levels on this stream. I need to make sure I don't screw up where these points are going. Oh, I can tell you right now, my focus was better because of me streaming. I have absolutely gotten bored and passed out. Yeah, I've tried very hard to focus when playing on my own. I mean, here's the crazy fact. We've been streaming, I think, close to 5 or 6 hours. Oh, just under 5 hours. And I've had 4-hour streams where I felt exhausted at the end of it. I could go another 5 easily. And I say this as someone who was like so exhausted earlier that I was starting to pass out on the couch. Tell me about Dinosaur. I'm not familiar with that. Old game was originally PC 88. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna learn so many freaking cool games because of this. I remember when I was QA testing for Soul Hackers and learning about the original release of that game. The original release of that game was like 2 steps removed from being like a text-based game, like what was it, Zork Quest or whatever it was. We're actually just about done, Maya. We are getting my party to level 60, and then I have to go make dinner for the wife, and then I'm gonna try and finish the last 10 levels tonight off stream. Why do I keep getting this fucking fight? Where are the guys I like? I will say this in addition, if I manage to hit level 70 with time to spare, which I don't know the chances of that, I am going to see if I can manage to fight the Storm Emperor and get its rare drop. That is not something that I want to do on stream because it's going to take half an hour on each attempt. And we all know RNG is an asshole. Okay, thank you. What up, Adrenaline? Explain why it is not good. You have me interested. Adrenaline, this is probably the least interesting stream that we've done. This was literally just a grinding stream to talk about stuff. I will warn you, if you decide to watch the VOD, be prepared to see me tear up and cry, and not for good reasons. Got a little unexpectedly emotional, but I'm okay. Just talking about life stuff and stuff that's been running in my head. So it might be interesting for that reason, but in terms of gameplay, I promise you there's not much going on. However, we did gain 15 levels on stream today in the course of 4 hours, or 5 hours, which in the case of a game like the first ETRIAN Odyssey is a huge fucking accomplishment. And I got to write about Fuga, which is always a win in my book. Now I just have to somehow get early access to Manu. Anyway, if you guys end up playing this game for yourself, remember to use this bot as a good example of the best grind spots for mid to late game. I mean, let's be real, Tankblade, that is exactly what Wizardry did, for real, and that is what ETRIAN wanted to remind you of before throwing you a mercy bone. And we still don't know if that's something that Manu is actually going to do. It sounds like there's going to be 3 difficulty modes on Manu from, because a newsletter was sent out by Axis. And the 3 difficulty modes are carefree, normal, and challenging, I think. And it said that each one has its own, like, experience and ways of offering access to the, or it says it offers its own unique experience and map access. So, I have a feeling Carefree will just have the map automatically filled in for you. Normal will be the same as ETRIAN Odyssey, where it fills in as, or Demon Gaze, where it fills in as you walk on each tile. And there is a very real chance that Challenging will just not fill in the map at all until you find the item, and you are responsible for drawing it yourself. Not on the console, off the console. Almost. So close. I will probably go full balls to the wall challenging mode because that's just how I be. If I could Iron Man Fuga 2 on all hard routes on the first try, I think it's possible. I will be real with you. I would love to experience a game that is actually so ruthless that the first time I play it, I go, fuck, this is hard. Like, fair, but hard. Excuse me. I've heard about Brandish. Yes, that was Lunar Dragon Song. You switched between training mode or resource mode, so enemies could either drop experience or items, but not both. Oh, Lupin, we're done. This battle is gonna level Lux up and then we're done. So sit tight for like 2 minutes and we'll raid somebody. We're literally, we're done. All right, so as you guys can see, team is level 60 all around. I'm gonna do my best to raise that up after I make dinner, see if I can manage to finish the quests, get them up to ideally 70. Get as close to 70 as possible. Ideal would be 70 for everybody. Amazing would be 70 and successfully getting the rare drop from Storm Emperor since we already fought him. So I'm gonna quick save just in case I fuck up. Cool. And let's find somebody to raid. Yeah. I should be able to stream starting in the afternoon. I don't know how my voice is gonna be, because I have an interview tomorrow morning, and then I also have to do recording for a mod. Oh, AKL is playing. Let's go. Here's our raid phrase. Hell yeah, I love the camaraderie. All right, love you all. I hope to see you tomorrow afternoon for hopefully some dragon bosses. Have a good rest of your evening. I'm off to make some chicken stir fry. Mwah. Good night, everybody. Love you much.